Good afternoon, everybody. It's Friday, so you know what that means. Time for my, well, I say that as if I do that every Friday. Time for the once every 2 Fridays Factorio stream. Slowly, but eventually, we will make it to the end of this. Possibly, we'll see. We actually haven't even hit Space Age yet. But it's Friday, which means basically, today is just a just chatting stream, but with Factorio in the background. That's basically what it means. So feel free to ask any questions. Feel free to talk about just random things. It's cool. It doesn't have to be about Factorio. We can talk about pretty much anything. Speaking of which, I don't think I actually talked on stream. I went ahead and watched the Iron Lung movie. Maybe I talked about that. I don't really know. Maybe.
If you like working in a factory so much, why are you a streamer?
That is an excellent question, Mesa Pogon. First of all, thank you very much for the 5 months in the King's Guard. But, so basically, curling controversy. Sure, I don't know anything about curling. So basically, the great part about Factorio, right, is that you get to design the factory. That's what's great about Factorio. See, in real life, when you work in a factory, you don't really get to design it. You just have to, like, put the fries in the bag, you know what I mean? Like, you just gotta, like, put a stamp on something. Or, like, put a screw into a place. Or, I mean, okay, most of the time people don't have to put screws in things anymore, because, you know, we got robots to do that now. But, you know what I mean, I'm sure. If they could invent a job where, you basically just play Factorio, but it's real life and you're designing a factory, I'd probably do that job. That sounds like a fine job. Can you certify your factory doesn't employ kids or forced labor? Well, we haven't harnessed the power of the biters yet, so whether or not we're using juvenile biters isn't really a question yet. But I don't really know what you do in Space Age. Maybe we have to melt them for biofuel, so it's quite possible that could happen in the future. I can neither confirm nor deny the possibility of forced labor in our factory. Or forced child labor, for that fact. Could happen, maybe. Also, I don't know if they're here today, but they did drop a quick refresh on their sub, so thank you very much, Jackie Rosen, for actually for joining the levy. That wasn't a renew, that was a completely new sub. So that's neat. One of my colleagues' husband designs the electrical grid of factories. See, there you go. That's a job I could probably do. I feel like it's a little late for that, though. I guess I could go back to uni and get an electrical engineering degree or something. I don't think I'm gonna do that. But I had considered it would be interesting to figure out, like, transportation. That could be neat. Now, half of Factorio's production and the other half is just figuring out how to transport things places. Speaking of which, I don't actually remember what we were doing the last time we were playing here, so I'm going to take a look at what we have here. We did just set up the new iron foundry. Not foundry, this is just the mine over here. We set up the mine, we set up the iron ore rail. It's kind of messed up, but we don't have explosives, so it is what it is. Maybe I didn't have to look like this. It is a little bit cursed, isn't it? But anyway. We might have to worry a little bit about the potential of biters starting to spread around here and then being a real issue. I do want to solve that problem, it's just not exactly an easy problem to solve. I think first we need to expand the factory, and then defend the factory. But if I mess up along those steps, then we're cooked. So we'll see how that goes. We did just set up oil. I don't think we actually set up all of oil. I think we had just finished setting up like a little bit of it. So we did bring it down to here. We started cracking it into, I think that's, what is that, petroleum or is that light? I don't know. That is petroleum, okay. Now what to do with this petroleum? We need to turn that into plastic, turn it into sulfur, and turn that into batteries. Right. Okay, so how much are we processing right now? About 50 per second? Sorry, 100 per second? I don't know what we're producing, that's probably enough. I feel like we're probably going to need to... Yeah, we're going to set up this whole area for oil, I think. There we go. It seems I queued a few things up as well. Some power armor, nice. Anyway, on the topic of that curling controversy, well, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not really watching the Olympics that much. I have some friends who are, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've actually decided to open up a stream at all, or to go watch it on TV or anything. Completely, blissfully unaware of everything going on in the Olympics. I get some tidbits here and there, so like there was that whole thing about Czechia having, what was it? Like 7 players on the ice at one point or something, or like 8 players? That's about as far as I know when it comes to that kind of thing. Now, as for our belt here, let me just go ahead and make sure I reserve this space for the steel. As for our belt here, let's go ahead and pick up a couple of chemical refineries. Oh, I have some chemical plants. Okay, perfect. Let me put those... oops. Right there. What can this process? So that's 20 per second, 20 petroleum gas. We actually need to see how much we're producing here. Because if 20 turns into 9 per second, we actually have a total of 9 times 5, that's 45 petroleum per second. And if we decide to use 20, that is a good part. A good part of what we have here. Yeah, this might not actually work out too well. Because we need plastic, which is 20 per second. Sulfuric, yeah, we need the sulfur, which is 30 per second. So that doesn't even work out well. Yeah, this should be interesting. Okay, well, let's go ahead and start setting up some plastic. We need coal for that as well, so let's say that we want to do something that's kind of... What was a tree there? Something kind of like this, maybe. Yeah, we're gonna get the coal to come down here. Not even playing Mario vs. Sonic at the Olympics? Okay. Okay, that's fair. I did actually play that. Specifically, I played Mario and Sonic at the 2010 Olympic Games, I think? When were the Vancouver Olympics? That was 2010, right? Yeah, okay. That is the one that I played. I played that, like, religiously on the Wii, actually. They were the, I think they were the Summer Olympics. Which I think checks out. That makes sense, because, like, they had soccer and everything, so... Let's go ahead and put that up here. I'm probably going to need like a larger coal bus. But for now, it is what it is. Okay, so coal's gonna go in one side here. Where are my inserters? Here we go. Coal's gonna go in this one side. We need plastic. Sulfuric, or rather, petroleum is gonna go in the other side. Oh, I need more pipes. We do now have modular armor. Might as well go ahead and make a set of that. Or not, because I need advanced circuits, which requires plastic. Okay. So, maybe we do need more plastic first. But yeah, I think, honestly, the soccer mode for the Mario Sonic Olympic Games was probably the best game mode. I think it was also the only one you could play with 4 people. So of course, me and my 3 siblings. There were very few games we could actually play together. Oh, hi Hannibal, what's a vector? Well, a vector is basically just a direction for a force. And then consider the possibility that people might not know what a vector is. Very verbose white boy. Because it's like, you know, the idea is that the factory itself actually has a mind of its own. The factory is itself a force, right? I am simply the vessel for the factory. It wills itself to creation. I shouldn't have done that. It's like, I don't remember what... I don't know if it's like a movie or if it's... I don't remember what it is. But there's some concept of like a super intelligent AI that will kill anybody who doesn't aid in its creation. And so like everyone rushes to create the AI. It's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Did I mess this up? No, we just have... Okay, we're done with the plastic. That's it. Oh, hi, Jackson. So you're one of the industrial hive mind? Something like that, yeah. What's a vector? The antagonist from Despicable Me 1. Also true. Yeah, we have our plastic. We're gonna throw it on the belts. Let me just clear that out. On the bus. That's what it's called. We might need more plastic at some point, but for now, no we don't. Okay, plastic production, done. What else? I guess we might as well make sulfuric acid. But the way I'm going to do that is actually by setting up the chemical plant here for that, maybe? Because we might need more plastics. This is going to be like the plastic expansion line. But if I want to have sulfuric acid... actually, do I just use that for sulfur creation, or am I crazy? Sulfuric acid... No, I also need it for batteries. Okay, so it does have to be liquid. What do I use sulfur for, then? Sulfur's not just like a portable form of sulfuric acid. No. What do you use sulfur for? Hold on. What do we do with this? Can't just be for the chem science packs, right? No, that wouldn't make any sense. What do you use sulfur for? I feel like I should know this. Oh, you use it for the sulfuric acid. I'm such an idiot. Okay, please ignore me. That was embarrassing. Yes, I'm but a pawn to the mechanical mind of the machine. The factory wills its creation. Without the factory, there isn't truly anything. Okay, yeah, so sulfur you use for the sulfuric acid. Who could have guessed? Crazy how that works. End stream. Literally. Okay, so to produce the sulfur, we do need petroleum gas and water. Wish I had water on this bus, but it is what it is. We're gonna slap this down. Here, I guess? The bus is becoming rather unwieldy, but that's okay. We are the factory, and the factory's us. You love factories? Name every factory. Oh yeah, you like killing biters? Name every bug. Okay, sulfuric acid. The way I'm gonna do this is a little bit cursed, because I'm just gonna make, like, a ghost version of these, so that I don't mess this up too bad. Yeah, we're gonna make, like, a ghost version of that. Maybe I could use a little more space on this. Maybe one more. That's probably good enough. And then with this, all we really have to do is something like that. Reconnect it up. Split it off here. Put it underneath this. Maybe like this. Do that. Hold on. What do you need for this again? Water and petroleum. Yeah, okay, this is actually fine. I'm gonna do it like this so that I can walk between it. Like that. Okay, sulfuric... no. Sulfur. Why is that bundle of conveyor belts called a bus? I actually have no idea. No clue. I didn't invent the term. I borrowed it at one point, like, years ago, and then I'm like, yep, I'm just gonna call it the bus. If that's what everyone else is calling it, I mean, I might as well. The engineer is like the DNA to the factory's body. He has the know-how to build it up and breathe life into it. Something like that. The engineer is a form of primitive god in this world who can create machines that mimic life. I don't know, I try to be poetic. Also, that doesn't go in there. Oops. That goes in here. Yeah. Yeah, that goes in there. Okay. How many hours do you have in this game? That's a good question. At least 185. Big fan of Factorio. Okay, so we do need to grab some water. Where do I have water? Don't I need water for this? No, just oil. Okay, that makes sense. I have water here, and I do not have a main bus for water. Or, you know, I don't have water on the bus. I guess we're gonna have to drag water over here. Nice. Okay. You can tell you played a lot, your factories are clean. I don't think they're that clean. But thanks for the confidence boost. I try. Well, man, you should have seen how bad my successful factory was. Oh shoot, I forgot I made so many of these. Don't worry about that. That's a pump. Is that the right kind of pump? No, I want an offshore pump. This one. We're gonna put that down like here. Okay, kind of cursed water line here, but don't worry about it. Move water with a train? I don't know, Ranger. I don't know about moving water with a train. I feel like we can very easily not have to do that. Fortunately, water is not a finite resource in Factorio, which is kind of funny, because, like, we're literally just draining a very small pond over here. Like, this is not very large at all, if you think about it. Okay, we can probably do something like this. Where we take this and we do this. There we go, we have water over here now. Producing some sulfuric acid, which we can also throw on the bus. Speaking of which, what I'm going to do is... Well, let me do this first, it's fine. I'm going to grab this here. Yeah, we'll put it up here. It's actually going to be, I think, 3 spaces. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. 3. Okay, yeah. That works. And you did ask, Ranger, when can we expect the factory to have trains? If we take a look here, we do have 1 train. It is picking up iron from this mine, and it's dropping it off at the foundry. And eventually, we're going to refactor everything, but that is not for a while. I do like having trains. This has to be here, actually. There we go. Now we have sulfur. Let me just do a quick check. Do I use sulfur for anything other than sulfuric acid? It's a component in the production of chemical science packs, sulfuric acid, and explosives. Okay. Explosives. Oh, that's not a category. That's like an actual thing. It's the dynamite. Okay. So we do not want to turn it all into sulfuric acid. Yeah, you're right, James. It is the dynamite. Let me just... Who knows, I might use that. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and then water's also going to be put on the belt. On the bus, rather. Yeah, we're gonna do this. And do that. And we're gonna do... Ooh, maybe not. Well, no, this should work, I think. Because as long as we do something like this, that's fine, because we can do... Yeah, we can do this. Ooh, no, we can't do that. We can do this though. A little bit cursed, but that should still work out. And then this is going to be water, in case we need it somewhere else. I want to spread out the refineries a little bit. Do I? Water on the bus like barrels on a belt? Well, in a bus, in the sense where, like, this is the main line for everything, right? So if we need something for a factory at some point, we should put it on the bus. Do I want to spread these out? Do we end up researching? Hold on. How do I get, like, the cracking? It doesn't look like cracking really affects much. In terms of, like, the production of these things. I don't know, maybe I want to spread them out a little bit. But for now, they kind of seem okay. Sort of. We should do some more research, though. So we do want to research the chemical science plants. Explosives are going to be incredibly useful for us. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Maybe modules? I don't think I've ever used them before, to be honest. It's one of those things where, like, they give you the option. If you really want to use modules, they can be really useful, and you can build some cool things with it. But I think I prefer to build things at scale, just like have a massive factory. Although I'm sure with Space Age, I'll probably at some point kind of be forced to use them. But anyway. So now that we have sulfur and water on this belt, that's what we need for sulfuric acid, right? And iron plates. Okay, that's not a big deal. So let's go ahead and we need these. We'll grab a few more of them. Yeah, just running a water pipe along the belts, exactly. Now, where did I put those? First of all, actually, I'm going to grab some of these. Oh, here we go. All right, for sulfuric acid, it's not put in... No, it is in a chemical plant. Okay, never mind. Okay, so we're going to need water, sulfur, and iron. Let's go ahead and do something like... First, let's do this. And then we're going to split it off a little bit. Maybe like here? How about we do... There we go. It makes it a little bit easier. I know the other oil is going to, like, the cracking is going to be a little bit different, but I don't think it's going to change these recipes, is it? Like, this is still perfectly expandable even when we do cracking. I think. I'm pretty sure. Because at the end of the day, it's still petroleum and water. All of my oil refining is down here. So this is going to have to be completely changed at some point, but I think all the stuff up here is fine. And I'm going to set up like some kind of, I don't know, circuit control thing to make sure that I don't ever completely fill up a backlog of one particular thing. Well, at least I'm going to try, maybe. See how that goes. So what we really want out of this is probably something like this. We can get the iron on one side. It'll probably work. Might as well expand these just because we know we're going to have to move them. I actually don't know what I use the bricks for. What are these for? Well, I guess we'll find out. Because eventually we'll need the, I think it's the electric furnaces. Yeah, they still need stone bricks. That's what they're there for. You can flip refineries now with V and H, so outputs are mirrored. Wait, what? Hold on. With V and H. Ooh. That's new. I don't actually even remember why I have 4 electronic circuit belts. I don't even make enough electronic circuits to fill 4 belts. Maybe one day I will. What else do I need? More belts, actually. That's what I need. More belts and more splitters. Okay, we're just gonna extend everything over this direction. Okay, now. I didn't actually bring the iron down. Good job, me. So we need to line up kind of like this. Right? Did I mess that up? That should do the trick. Petroleum going up to produce your sulfurs will be totally fine. The chem plants are fine. Oh, you can also do that with foundries, electro plants later, and it makes for squeaky clean builds. Perfect. You know, you play this game for a few hundred hours and you still don't have everything figured out. It's just storage, the 4 belts, or so you have a buffer when you start using them faster than you make them. Yeah, let's go with that. Totally had that in mind. Absolutely. Thank you for making me seem smarter than I am. I appreciate that. Very cursed. Setup incoming. Avert your gaze. We don't have to do that, actually. Wait, this is sulfuric acid. I'm so dumb. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. It's cursed, and it doesn't even work the way I want it to, because I'm an idiot. Okay, what was it, H? Yeah, we're gonna do that. My bad. That was... I don't even know how I thought that was going to work out. No idea what I was thinking there. I was thinking, like, okay, I thought I was making sulfur again, right? So I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna use an inserter on the right side to pull it out. We're not making sulfur, we're making sulfuric acid. It was gonna be cursed because the water would go in this side, but I would take the product out the right side too. But never mind. Okay, so we need these pipes. I think the way I want it here is actually 1, 2, 3. So I want this to kind of be like the sulfuric line. Sulfuric acid line. Now, how much do we need? We're making 50 per second. That's a pretty solid amount. Should be expandable, though. So if we need more, we can build more. Actually, what is that? 50 per second. What do we actually make with this stuff? Batteries, right. Mostly batteries? Just batteries, maybe? Because, what do the blue circuits use? Actually, I can't even make blue circuits, can I? No, I'm making red circuits. What am I even saying? Uranium mining's a big one. I think I will like uranium setup. Probably. Because right now, I don't think I really have the capability to lock down this entire portion of the continent. Like, we have some really good, you know, somewhat choke points here. We have one, especially with this natural barrier. Well, we're going to want the oil, but... other than getting the resources, you know, it's like a nice little narrow here. A nice little narrow up here. You know, we can cut this off here. And up here. And up here. Right. So we can do a lot of work with this, but the problem is that we might die before we get the chance to build enough resources to successfully lock those areas down. I feel like it'd be a huge waste of time to try that right now. So if I can use uranium to substitute the massive pollution from my steam engines, then that would be really good to making sure we don't die. That would be nice. Okay, let's go ahead, build a personal battery. We do want night vision as well. Belt immunity, I guess. What do we use bulk inserters for? I guess for loading and unloading trains, that's the main thing, right? Except I don't think we need them yet. Now let's go ahead and start making some batteries, I guess. That's sulfuric acid, copper plate, 1 iron plate. Actually, at most, I'm just going to min-max the amount that we can produce here. So that's 2 per second from 30 petroleum. Assuming that we're using all of our petroleum, which we're going to assume. Hold on. Might just go ahead and do this now. We'll do this, and we'll do that. So at maximum speed here, we're using pretty much all of the petroleum. Because we're only making like 45 a second or something. So we're using up to 60. And from there, we're producing 5 per second. Oh, this uses 5 per second. Okay, never mind. So that's what we need just to maintain this. Never mind. Why you put all the stuff on the bus? Because we might need it later. 1, it looks nice. Okay. 2, we might need it later. And I like to have the bus. It makes things easily expandable. Hold on, do I even still have this game? Let me save this. Let me, wonderful names, I know. I think this is the one where I managed to beat the game. 47 hours, by the way. Let me show you what it looks like. Oh. Okay, don't worry about that. I'm gonna show you my old things, okay? This is when I beat the game for the first time. Oh god, it's so cursed. Anyway, this is the first time I actually beat the game. Oh, look, what do you know? We get an achievement. This is what it looks like when you don't make the bus. And it's kind of cursed, actually. Like, it's just rail lines going through things, and it's a bunch of spaghetti and, like, poor throughput, and nothing's great because you didn't set it up very well. So yeah, this is like the first time I ever actually beat the game. I have like this whole section blocked off on these edges here. So it's a little bit cursed, in my opinion. I don't know. Anyway. So I'm gonna try and not do that this time. I don't really want to replicate that. Because I remember it being so annoying. Trying to be like, oh shoot, I have to move this thing around to here, and move that to here, and here, and here. Right, so 50 sulfur a second. We can make, let's see, what is that? 5 sulfur per second on these batteries? 20 sulfur divided by 4 seconds. So we can actually make 10 of these. Because I don't think we use sulfuric acid for anything else. So at most we can make 10 batteries at the same time, or 10 factories with the same batteries. Might be having problems with pollution because you keep bombing your trees. Listen, the trees are just an unfortunate collateral. And see, we have this forest up here. This is doing fine. They're not dead yet. Okay, some of them are kind of dying, but most of them are okay. Kind of. So do we also make batteries and chemical plants? Yes, we do. Did I set up automatic chemical plants? That's something that I feel like I might have set up at some point, maybe. Or maybe not. I can do this and check. Okay, no, I did not set them up. That's fine, to be honest. They don't actually take that long, and I don't need that many. So, with these chemical plants, we're gonna set up like 10 of these. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 10 of these. Batteries, what is it? Is it shift? Ooh, my bad. Shift or right click, let's try that. Shift right click, shift left click, there we go. Why do you think you need batteries right now? Because I want to set up robots. I want to set up little robots, and I also want to have batteries for modular armor things. I do also need to set up advanced circuits. Sulfuric acid is also used for running uranium mines. Oh. Okay. Yeah, usually I don't use uranium in Factorio, so like... I wouldn't know that. But presumably we're not going to use all of the sulfur here. It's a little bit cursed, but we are actually going to run it this way so that I can move down. And then we're just going to do this. And as for everything else, the copper and the iron, we're going to run that along here. No, we're not. No, we're not. What am I doing? What am I doing? We could run that along here. Way too many batteries. It's called future-proofing. Don't worry about it. We're not going to make too many. In Space Age, the issue with main boss spaces is you get better buildings that invalidate your whole builds like 3 or 4 times across the whole playthrough, so you embrace spaghetti early. I feel like that's the opposite. I feel like embracing the spaghetti build is when you've given up. It's when you've resigned yourself to the fact that you will never organize it. And yes, the main boss is a little bit wasteful with resources, this is true. But I don't think I care that much, to be honest. Eventually what I'm gonna do, probably, because like we didn't have trains for a while, so like this main bus was set up out of necessity, right? I didn't have trains yet. We do now have trains. What I'm probably going to do is expand the way that I have this set up Well, first what I'm going to do is turn my entire ore production and smelting setup into trains. So we're gonna start with that, I think. Like, eventually we're gonna have, you know, a more sophisticated iron foundry. I'm just gonna wait until I get the next, you know, type of a foundry. Also, hello there, Bo Jiden. We're not going to rely too heavily on bots. To be honest, I only use the bots for like two things. One, to help manage my own personal inventory because I don't want to run around to pick things up. And two, repairing walls. Those are like the two things that they do. They repair walls for me and they're going to help manage my inventory. Because yeah, the bots do kind of melt your CPU, and that's not great. Need bots for Space Age? Okay, anything in Space Age, just assume I haven't done it because I haven't. Anything and everything I mention in today's stream is subject to the I've never played Space Age clause. Where you have to take pity on the poor streamer for not knowing what he's doing. Something tells me we're going to be set for batteries, though. I think we're fine. Corby, you don't use the build for you? Okay, maybe there are three things. Maybe there are three things I use the bots for. I forgot about that main feature. If that messes anything up, I'll fix it later. Might actually not mess anything up. Very impressive. Okay, is that a backlog because it's a real backlog, or is it a backlog because I just never updated these belts? Okay, I've also actually never balanced this. Hold on. Well, let me get some more underground belts. Bots are really important in the DLC. It might be cooked. See, Factorio's been pulling in more people lately, including myself. Well, except that I've been playing Factorio since, I think, like, 2013 or something. This was the first time I played Factorio. I think it was before it was even on Steam. Anyway, that's for iron. I should probably balance this at some point. That's too cursed. That is way too cursed. That's better. It's not perfect because, yeah, these are like yellow belts still, but I mean, it is what it is. We just had to balance that somewhere along the way because we were actually using copper on the bottom belt. That'll create an imbalance at some point, and that's not good. Never used trains before myself. Belts are just more satisfying to me, even if they're suboptimal. The belts are nice, but I think you should give trains a shot at some point. They can be a lot of fun. They're a little confusing to figure out, and if I'm being honest, for my intersections, I often use blueprints, just because I'm not that well versed on how to make those signals work the way I want them to. I remember when alien science was needed in Factorio. Man, alien science. What a hell of a concept. Where you actually have to go around and destroy the nests to get alien science. It's like the only unscalable thing in the game or something. Because I don't think you got them from killing biters. Like, I think you had to destroy the nests to get alien little orbs so that you can make the alien science. Anyway, batteries are up. What am I going to use them for? I don't know, but we have them now, so that's good. I guess I'll kind of, like, position them on the bus, but they probably won't go very far on the bus, because I don't need them to go very far. Okay, now, we do want to start producing advanced circuits. So we just need plastic, copper, and electronic circuits for that. This is going to be something. I'm probably going to build them down here. And that's really just because I don't want to destroy the forests in the north. Like, I could, if I really wanted to, clear out this forest and build them up here. But I don't really want to. I'd rather keep that around to soak up some pollution. So we'll build this down here. Well, now that I think about it, there's also a forest down here. Let me think. How many of these am I going to need? Well, how many of these can I produce? We need, one electronic circuit every 3 seconds. Is there a way to check, like, my maximum possible production? I do want to check my circuits. Like, what did I peak at? 407 per minute. That was my absolute peak. That's probably maximum production. So 407 per minute. Can I break that down into per second or no? I guess it's... It is quite a lot. Well, I don't want to use all of my electronic circuits for red circuits. So how many of these do I really need? Well, let's check. It's mostly the plastic production, I think. That's going to be an issue. Let's try and expand these so that if one of them isn't working, then the other one can work at full capacity. Because we could produce more plastic. I think we could produce up to like more or less 3 of these in total. There we go. But of course, if the sulfur is being used, then we're not going to get full production, but that's fine for the most part. Okay, then we'll do something like... I know, it's inefficient and it looks dumb, but it works. Red circuit builds need to be big. Blue circuits will eat the greens. Yeah, it might be cooked at some point. Plastic, electronic circuits, copper. Okay. That's not too bad. Some plastics. And then the copper... Yeah, we'll pull a new belt down, I guess. Wait. Let me run the numbers on this. At most, we can... Let's say we're making 6. I don't know. 6 per second. If we look at this, then... We need 1 every 3 seconds. We can produce 18 over 3 seconds. We could produce 18 of these advanced circuits per second at most. Sorry, not of the circuits, but like we can put down 18 of these factories, I think. Do I want to put down 18 of these? I mean, we probably don't produce that many electronic circuits, do we? How many of these can I produce? These are only level 1 assembling machines. I can still produce more with this setup. Oh, hi, Saffron. Praise be the factory. It's consuming me. The bus must continue to expand. You're so bad in late game, you had to hand cull entire areas to pick them up. We love the old alien science. That was a great feature. Okay, so you know what? These do kind of take a while. Maybe we do actually just build 18 of these. No idea what I'm gonna do about like the green circuit production if we need more. That's too bad. So what do we need here? Yeah, if they're running at 0.25 per second. Wow, riveting stuff, folks. 0.25 when we look at how much... or how many green circuits we produce. We are producing a whopping, what is that, 16 per second? Yeah, I think we're gonna be fine. Maybe I need to build more than 18. Never thought about that. How many of these do I need? They do take a really long time. Maybe we build like 24 of these. It's 1 wire assembler to 10 red chip assemblers. That's a really good point. Thank you for pointing that out, but also, that means I should move these probably. I should at least give myself more space at the top. Then put another one here. And of these, okay, perfect. And then we're going to, we're gonna make sure that we bring copper down here. And that copper is gonna go down the middle, I think, because it is the most used thing. So we're gonna have a double thing of copper. Yep, we're gonna have a double thing of copper. And have these two, which will put copper on a belt like this. And then, just in case, we are going to do this, just to balance. Is that going to balance? No, it is not. It's a super cursed. Don't worry about it, you see nothing. I didn't have to do that like that. Hold on. Professional Factorio player, by the way. Never mind, I lied, it's 1 to 6? Why would you do this to me? Is it? It is, isn't it? It's 3 per second. Shoot. What have you done? Okay, if we make 24 of these then, just add 2 on each side, then we need, what, 3 of these wire producers? Wait, 1 to 6. I'm an idiot. We need 4 of them. Me when I don't know how to count? If it's 1 to 6 and we're building 24 of these. Right, okay. Well, now we get to figure out a fun new setup because I didn't build enough room for these. Let me think about that. Okay, new plan. I don't like this plan. But I guess we don't technically need that there if we do this. Yeah, the red belt definitely has enough throughput, so we probably don't need to worry about this. Like, we're producing at most, what is it? 3 times 4. We're building 12. 12 wire per second. That's like 1 yellow belt. Yeah, what am I doing here? What am I doing here? Okay, copper goes into here. That's not how you do that. Oops, tree there. Am I actually even going to have enough copper for this? I didn't think about that. But we might be running out of copper without me even realizing. Bob the Builder, is that you? No, unfortunately. Unfortunately, we cannot fix it. It is cooked. Now, what am I going to do about the other things? We need green circuits and plastic. Well, we love cursed setups. Let's see what I can do with this. So the idea is we're going to get plastic and green circuits, right? And they're going to do this. I didn't really think about extracting the output from these. That's okay. So we're gonna do this. Plastic, green circuits go here, and then the red circuits we're going to put on these. Red inserters, greens and plastic on one belt. Yeah, so we're gonna red inserters to take them out, because they take kind of a while to make. So there's no real sense of urgency here, you know? I need more blues. Factorio is truly addicting. Managed to get a few buds to play it with me, and I put 300 hours in 2.5 weeks. Chat, how many hours are in a week? Just do a double check on that for me real quick. I have heard of grinding games before, but 300 hours in 2.5 weeks. 168 hours per week. So if we run the numbers on that, you're telling me that you played Factorio for, what is that, like 85% of all hours in those 2.5 weeks? Like, did you sleep at all? there is technically time, sure. 300 out of 420 hours, but like, are you good? Is this a cry for help? Me when I mess up my belt like an idiot? Like an idiot, dumbass idiot who doesn't know how to organize his bus? Me when I put sulfuric acid here and then I put the batteries in the same line? Okay, well, this is gonna be the new sulfuric acid line. Fortunately, it's not too bad with the pipes. They're a little easier to work with than belts. And now please say this has enough reach. Let's go. So that's the plastic. That's easy. Then with the green belts, or the green circuits, we're gonna move that down into here. Okay, green circuit's coming in here. There we go. I forgot to grab more blues. More blue inserters. No help needed, this guy's blessed. I did have something kind of like that. There was one summer, I think it was like 3 years ago, where my friends and I, we played Satisfactory for like 3 days straight. I think it was during winter break, actually, not summer break. Maybe. I think, like, we had 2 weeks off during university, right? Is it 2 weeks? Yeah, I think it's 2 weeks. And in those 2 weeks, at least a few of those days were spent just playing Satisfactory. Until eventually, I kid you not, the game became so laggy that we genuinely just could not continue the server anymore. Which is kind of weird, because, like, we didn't even get that far. We got to, like, oil processing or something. I don't actually like the way I set this up. How many of these did I put down? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, hold on. I completely forgot I said I was gonna make 2 more actually on each side. Completely forgot about that. Yeah, that's what that was for. Okay. New idea. New idea, actually. I think what we need to do is, nope. Nope, 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 not like that. That's gonna put a bunch of wires on my thing. Okay, so we want this to be like, it's gonna come around here, but unfortunately, like, everything's on the same side, right? So it's gonna clog up. So what we want to do is actually something like this. So that half goes on the left side, the other half goes on the right side. That should work. Remember, you don't make science, you make red chips. That's the thing, this entire game, when you really think about it, it's not really about making things. It's about doing research. If you really think about it, all we're doing here is advancing the fields of science. And that couldn't possibly be wrong. No, it's not. It's about making red chips. I have to disagree. I don't know. Like think about it. What are the red chips really for? What are the red chips for? Chemical science packs. I rest my case. Okay, so assuming I never have to change this setup ever again. Good assumption, I think. In that case... yeah, that's going to be the red chip line. Now the real question is, do I produce enough resources to make this happen? Am I draining all of the copper in my system? Maybe. They're for making blue chips? Okay, so maybe it's actually not even about making red chips then, huh? If the red chips are for making the blue chips, if the red chips are for science and blue chips, then is it really about making the red chips? Checkmate, atheist. Okay, what are we actually making here? Okay, it seems like we found the new peak for electronic circuit production. We've discovered new peaks that I didn't even know existed. I love the waving lab setup. Oh yeah! Everyone who's new to the Factorio streams, hold on, let me research something. This is peak. This is actually my finest creation. Wait for it. It's so beautiful. Look at it. It's thinking. Possibly the most inefficient lab setup you could possibly make. And yet it works. Get the Disco Labs mod for it too? Wait, is that a thing? I was gonna say, where do you even download Factorio mods now? I kind of forget. I think you have to go back to the main menu, right? Main menu? Okay. Actually, yeah, you know what? Let me save that real quick. Let's see, mods. Well, that's a Space Age mod, okay. I'm like, what? I forgot that this is technically like a mod in that sense. Okay. Where do I get the disco thing? Disco science, yo. Gotta reboot it now. It's weird how when I boot the game, it doesn't actually show up on the stream. Okay, it stopped loading for a second. I was kind of concerned. Before I got into Factorio early February, I held the most hours EU5 since late November. You held the most hours in EU5 since late November. Like out of anybody who played since November, like he kept the game open? No, failed to load the achievement data. It's not a big deal, probably. Why do they have the fuck you lightning? I've never played anything on Space Age. Not looking forward to that. Anyway. Let's go. Oh, that's peak. Unfortunately, because they're starting and stopping constantly, I think we're only getting green and red. Not very disco, it's just the two colors. Oh, it's the two science colors. The two that I'm using. That makes sense. Okay, that is pretty fire. Oh, we can't see the game. Oh, my bad, my bad. Why did that not auto-update? Why did you not auto-update? Hello, game? You reboot the game and it decides, I don't want to pop up anymore. There we go. There we go. So it's using the green and the red. Because we're using green and red. Yeah, it also accidentally reset the local achievement data, which is fine. Okay, now we have red circuits, and what are we using that for? Well, first, let me just check something. Because I feel like I'm going to have to fix my my copper setup. Oh yeah, I forgot. We're actually still using the old iron too. Like, we didn't even hook up the new iron yet. I wanted to get every last little bit out of this vein. And we'll pick these up too. Coal, I don't really know how much coal we have. $244 coal and 63,000 stone. I think we're probably fine on stone for now. Until I decide to start paving things. Yeah, the smelting column isn't too short, I think. What is it, like, I think it's 12 times 4. Yeah. How much iron do we have here? 59,000. Okay, that's gonna be completely cooked in the next, like, 20 minutes. Might as well get rid of this, too. How are we doing for copper? Actually, not too bad. We probably don't need a new copper setup yet. Let's see, how much am I going through? Production. So over 10 minutes. Let's go per minute. So when are we peaking with copper production? When did we actually peak? Near the beginning? I guess when I was setting up the belt, that makes sense. So over the last hour, on average, it's like 179 per minute. So with 158,000, yeah, we've got time. What do I even build at this point? Isn't there a yield graph? Is there? Where do I find the yield graph? I like how it includes trees in the kill graph. Let's go. Okay, so at most with red production. Oh, hold on. That was almost embarrassing. We have 24 of these things, 24 times 0.12. I'm not doing the math on that. I'm just gonna check. Red circuits. Our peak is 150 per minute, but actually it's gonna be 180 per minute, maybe? Does the production graph drop to 0 if the machines stop because there's nowhere to put the finished product? Yes. So that's why everything looks so volatile. Everything changes a bunch, because like, if you really need something... Oh man, good thing I'm not playing EU4. Still got a heart attack though. Thank you very much, Lang, for the raid. I appreciate that. Hope everyone's having a good Friday so far. We're picking up where we left off on Factorio. I think it was 2 weeks ago or something. Something like that. Let's see, hold on. Let me do a little... I have a command for this. Yeah, there's the automatic command, but I do like the one that I have as well. Assuming this works. There we go. Because then I get to stock what you are playing. Stellaris. How is Stellaris these days? I haven't played it in like 9 months, and even then I played it once for like maybe 10 hours. Oh, hold on. Let me actually drop off a bunch of these green circuits. Don't need as many of those. I'll pick up some plastic too. Buggy, sadly. Average Tuesday on Stellaris, I suppose. Here, we definitely want to pick that up. We want... Oh, we should make solar panels. I'll make one of these. I'll make 2 of these. And I guess the rest of these. But I do need solar panels. It's still fun teaching a friend that hasn't played since 2018 how to play using a co-op empire. Honestly, I should probably do that at some point. Because I haven't really played this game since like 2022. Or, you know, Stellaris. Since 2022. It's been a while, and they changed a bunch of systems, and I never really knew how any of it worked. But I could get by. But now I can't. I have no idea what's going on. Let's swap that out. Wait, does that give me more inventory space? Ooh, that's cool. We'll do battery, night vision. Did I get the belt thing too? No, okay. Any more modular things I could do? Yes. If I decide to pick up... Ooh, exoskeleton suit. I'll go with this though first, because I can actually research that. Let us change. Next patch is a huge naval overhaul, so may want to wait for that to come out of beta patch. Okay. They reworked like everything in Stellaris. At some point, they could actually release Stellaris 2, and the difference between Stellaris 2 and just another Stellaris update would be difficult to ascertain. Robert, do you have an automated belt production zone? You mean like just automated belts? Yeah, I have some up here. You know what I should do? I should automate solar panels. I think I would like to reduce my my pollution footprint a little bit. Because we don't have any real defenses around here. Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, we don't really have any real defenses around the main base. We just have one here just in case this gets attacked. Which it may or may not. I don't know, we'll see. It probably will. But over here, like, it's kind of cooked. The more I expand, the more pollution I produce, the more dangerous it gets. Although it seems to me like... Yeah, never mind. Okay, most of it is the boilers. Not most of it, sorry, but like a good part of it is the boilers, and we could replace that, maybe. We could cut pollution by like a third, maybe. Then also, think of all the pollution that goes into producing the solar panels. I'm just kidding, it's not that much. The gaps in the wall are cliffs, not ruined walls you didn't notice? Yeah. Sorry. Natural walls. You will want to have a full defense set up done before space as well. Yeah, so I think my plan is basically I am going to own this entire section. Like pretty much everything you can see on this map, I'm going to own at some point. I'm gonna have heavy defenses along like every single possible peninsula. So like we're gonna have a big line that crosses in the south here. We're gonna have one that crosses like into here as well. Or maybe we'll just like, you know, set up defense here, here. Whatever's most convenient, right? And we're gonna have one here to cover the oil and the copper. We're gonna push all the way up to here at some point. We're going to create like some weird defense that maybe integrates the copper, or so the coal maybe. I don't know, we'll see. There are barely any resources in this area though. Yeah, but what am I gonna do? Just like get up and leave? Like get up and go somewhere else? I don't think so. But it is true that we have a very small amount of iron. You need defenses too? Maybe I should try this game. It is very good. Go to Vulcanus. There's infinite resources there. Okay, well, we'll go to Vulcanus when I know what Vulcanus is. I don't think we even know what that is yet. Do I have no battery? Yep, no battery. Okay, I need more solar panels. We'll go ahead and make them... Ooh, god no, not like that. Nope. That's cursed. We'll get another... I don't know, 6 of these? I would suggest nuclear and lasers. Well, I think what we should do first is probably go for blue science. Sulfur, advanced circuits, and engines. Oh, we didn't even make engines, did we? No, we did make engines. They're over here. You know how I said I didn't want to destroy this forest? I lied. Yeah, it's gonna be a little cursed, but I plan to use this area up here. So, this takes a really long time to craft. 24 whole seconds. What's my benchmark here? I have, we're producing 1 red science per second. That is the number to match. 1 red science per second. We want to produce 1 chemical science per second. You know, fortunately, it does make 2 of them. It's like the military science pack produces 2 with each thing, so it's actually not too bad. So, basically, 1 every 12 seconds, so if we produce 12 of these, that's not too bad. Let me just do a quick check on the per second breakdown. I don't think that's very much. Hold on. So how many reds am I making? It's 24 times 0.12. 180 per minute, so it's like... Is that 3 per second? I don't feel like doing that math. I'm gonna pretend that's 3 per second. I would suggest do what you want and have fun. Okay, that's a fair point, but at the same time, it's all fun and games until you messed up catastrophically and half of your base is gone because you were having a little too much fun. It's 2.88, close, okay. Okay, so yeah, we have enough for that. That's not a problem at all. Okay, so we're going to bring engines, sulfur, and red circuits up here. Red circuits, they're a little far to the side. We're going to bring them up still, but they'll be a bit annoying, I guess. Because we have to bring them up, and then what we have to do is do the exact same thing and bring them to the left. What's the other thing? Sulfur. Hold on, let me think about that. Sulfur's here. Do I produce enough sulfur? Well, it's not like I can produce more sulfur right now, like it's cooked. Also, I didn't slot these in. Yeah, okay, this works out. That's fine. Probably. So what we're going to do is grab the sulfur here. We're going to move it up. Don't worry about that. My achievements were reset when I enabled the disco mod. The sulfur's going to move up into there. Then, the engines, we can do the same thing. Just split them off from here. Imagine if you had to place every single underground belt manually. I feel like once upon a time that might have been a thing. Let me move this up a little bit. Okay, and then we're also going to do this on this side. Can't wait for robots. Can't wait for robots. Can't wait for robots. I love placing things down manually. Love manually building factories. Okay, blue science. That wasn't too bad. Assuming I didn't mess up. Actually, do I have enough engines for this? We should be using 1 per second. I don't know if I make 1 per second. Hold on. Okay, I probably make 1 per second. I forgot about how much I scaled this. Okay, let's do a check on that. So it's 0.07, and we have some ungodly number of engine manufacturers. $22 times 0.07. What is that? 1.6 per second? I didn't do that math exactly. I just kind of guesstimated. Wait. Yeah, roughly 1.54. We should be fine. The real concern actually is the plastic production. Like, it might be kind of cooked. Gotta run, have a Teams meeting with the boss at 3. Sorry to hear that, James, but thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching the stream on company time. You know I appreciate it. Okay, so how much oil am I actually producing here? I feel like it's not enough. Dude, this oil patch is so sad. It's 3 things of oil. It's such a sad patch of oil. Okay, how much am I actually producing? We got 11 plus 16, that's 27 plus 23. Okay, so we're making 50 a second. 50 oil per second. I think that's 1-to-1 into petroleum. No, it is not. It is far less. Okay, yeah, we're kind of cooked with this oil patch. This just kind of sucks. It is not a good oil patch. We could decide to set up a second oil patch. You know what? You know what? I might go ahead and do that. I might go ahead and claim this oil patch over here. Because this is just a very sad and pathetic little oil field. How many can I make here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them, okay. Do I have any? No. We need 5 times more crude and advanced oil processing. I know. Yeah, I'll get started on that. First, I'm gonna pick up some more... Well, I'm gonna dump some stuff in my inventory, and I'm gonna pick up some other stuff. Like, we don't need these inserters, to be honest. We can just drop them in there. Can do that. What else? I need all this coal. We'll give that to the grenade production. What kind of power do Factorio trains use? I'm pretty sure... Hold on. Warning biter bases near the pollution cloud. Which biter nest and which pollution cloud? Well, I guess there's one pollution cloud. Yeah, there's these over here, which is a little bit concerning. I mean, they're these, right? Like, we'll get rid of them, yeah. Might even clear this nest too. Like, we have the better armor, and I think we've been upgrading our tech, our mill tech. I say as if it's a U4. Could produce rocket launchers as well. That requires explosives, so that's going to be a later thing. But speaking of research, let me just hook this up real quick. Yeah, we do need more radars. I do not disagree. You know what, actually? This is a really, really simple fix. That should do it. So yeah, the Factorio trains, I think they always use any kind of burnable fuel. I don't know, do they have electric trains in Factorio? That would be kind of cool. Let me pick up more grenades. And then actually, I'm gonna put down a second junk chest. I don't actually know how to get rid of things in this game. I just have junk chests. But anyway, yeah, we could probably put down a few radars. We can put one down. Here probably. I think we just need more in general, because they're gonna like occasionally highlight one little spot on the map, right? Yeah, eventually they'll do a little ping like this, and that'll let us know if any biters have moved. There's no way to like get them to do something specific, right? No. Okay. Put another one down like here. In theory, we'll know about the biters because the radars... We have enough radars. They should highlight, you know, enough random squares in this area to showcase any new bases. But I think that has failed in the past, so it's kind of a gamble. We'll find out. Maybe I should make like 2 of these. What are those, a 2x2? Maybe I'll get a second one of those. No electric trains in Vanilla Factorio? It's over. Oh. Hello? Is it just you two? Just 2 worms? Just 2 worms 5 feet apart because they ain't gay? Okay. Alright, I guess that's that. I probably will use this uranium patch first, because it is closest. So I might as well clear out these biters too. Good morning. Not planning to attack me or anything, are you? Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, that's not too bad. Use the car to move around? What? Don't like getting your steps in for the day? I see how it is. I think I accidentally got rid of all my coal. That's fine. The thing is, honestly, I should have built like a highway into this. A bus with no highway is like... It's like a body with no soul. I don't know. But what am I supposed to do? I can't make a highway now. It's kind of too late for that. This is why, as soon as we get bots, we have to recreate, like, the entire base. Just pave it over? Yeah, I guess that kinda counts. I'm gonna pick up my car, though. Okay, so those are cleared out. I do actually have the oil rigs on me, the pump jacks. Do I really need to arm it like I've armed this? Maybe. I don't know. I'll get like 4 gun turrets. If I don't have those automated, I should, because they're really easy. Oops. No automated gun turrets. Okay. Okay, maybe I'll do that real quick. It's literally just iron and copper. Actually, no, I did not touch this area. So I wanted to keep it for something, but I don't remember what. I think it was if I needed to create a second hopper stack or something. We just have to make sure that this side can also accept more science. Make sure I have this kind of cleared out. We can probably make it here. Okay, this is not great, but... Yeah, it'll take a while, but it's fine. Okay, that's cool. Make a few by hand, then they'll be ready. So how many people in chat are like hardcore Factorio players versus who has no idea what's going on? You could be both, to be fair. Just started playing 2 weeks ago. Well, as we've seen from some people in chat, you know, 2 weeks is definitely more than enough time. Definitely more than enough time to allegedly sink 300 hours. Hardcore is too strong of a word, but I kinda know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty much the same. Kind of a casual Factorio enjoyer, only really beat the game once. Remember how I was like, oh yeah, by the way, that first run that I showcased earlier? Remember how I said that that took like 47 hours? I'm kind of hoping that because I've played it before, this run isn't going to take 47 hours to get into space. I have faith. Okay, that's good. At least someone believes in me in this chat. Surely it will not take another 47 hours. I mean, how long have the streams even gone for? We're at like, what, 20 hours into this playthrough? Let's see, we're 12 hours in. What do you know? I think we're chilling. Okay, now the question here is, do I make this into a station or do I just use the pipeline? Because the pipeline just seems so much easier. It's not even that far. Like this was pretty far away. I'm not using belts for this. But this isn't even that bad. I can probably pipeline this. To be fair, I think they made it a lot easier to actually get into space. Like with Space Age, they really wanted you to like actually be able to get to space. I think they changed the requirements on that. Also, I do remember wasting a lot of time in that playthrough having to manage biters. Like, I think I bit off more than I could chew by trying to like expand early, so the biters would attack my walls. So I had to like actually set up a bunch of wall defenses instead of what I should have done, which is just clear them out. Yeah, it's a blue tech now. That makes sense. Space is easier to get into, but is arguably harder to be fully prepared. Well, no, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense for it to be harder to be fully prepared, because, like, you're not just finishing the game. You know, you don't have to prepare at all. Let's not do something like this. Well, how do I want these set up? Maybe I need more of these. That should be enough, though, after these next two. Your first space platform should probably be an immobile space tech maker. Immobile? I thought they were supposed to be mobile. They can be either. Can you, like, teleport between them or something? Landing pad? You just shoot off to it? Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, you get on a rocket and then you go to the next one. You get on a rocket, you go to the one that you want to go to, and then you land on that one, and then you can leave and go to another one. I'm gonna need more walls for this. I can just make a few. But it's not going to be enough, so whatever. Okay, I don't think any of these in particular are going to be, like, really targeted that much. This is really just a precaution. Now, I don't think the biters are going to end up attacking the actual pipeline, right? I'm pretty sure they prioritize anything that produces pollution, so in this case, I think the pipes are probably fine. I'm just going to leave myself some room here by going down here with it. Let me see if I can make a few more of these. That might not be enough. Okay, hold on. No, I won't blast through the trees just to build a pipeline. Fine. I'll only get rid of a handful. Look at me, caring about the environment. Okay, yeah, I need more pipes. More pipelines. I also need to wire everything up, and man, yeah, this poor setup. This poor oil setup is so pathetic. We need more of these. Just in case. I'll pick up some plates. Just for fun. And then we need more of the pipelines. You don't need to board a space platform until you're going to use it to go to a place. So do I just like launch it into space, it deploys, and I don't have to worry about it for a while? I should also automate robot parts and radars as they give camera for when you need to look at your base remotely. I feel like I don't have to automate them necessarily, like I just have to put them down every now and then. That being said, did I automate them? No. Okay. We'll make like 5 of them. We should have enough big electric poles. I'm gonna grab a few of the medium ones too. So I'm just like reading the backlog of chat. You can get to space in the next 3 hours if you push it. With what I could see of your gameplay so far, to finish Factorio Space Age at this rate, you would need something like 200 hours. Brother. I don't know if I'm built for this. Factorio stream part 27 incoming, let's go. Do I not have big poles running through this? I should. Actually, can I build when I'm driving? Never actually checked that. Is that something I'm allowed to do? Oh yeah, that is a lot faster. until I crash like that. Also really hard to control. And maybe that's not a good idea. Okay, we can move this into here. Okay, now a few gates and we should be good to go. Just realized I never made an easy way to get in here with a car. I probably don't need to. Probably. Okay, alright, oil is now being produced. Everything here has ammo, it is protected, it is polluting, we love that. Let's go ahead and actually connect it up. If you need to add them into account for an expansion when you're off-world or replace damage, you will want a production of them even if it's small. Oh, right. No, you're actually correct. We do want that because, yeah, what if they're damaged? We need the robots to replace them. I guess in that case, we need, like, everything automated. Everything that could be damaged. Well, maybe not everything, but most of the things we could expect to become damaged, I guess we're going to need to have some way to replace them. Also, I love walking back when I have a car. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this oil production is I'm actually going to... I have enough room for this, right? Yeah, probably. I'm actually going to do a little something like this. I'm gonna bring this down a little bit. I want to give myself some more space, you know? Okay, more oil production, that's great. I forgot to produce or put down a radar. I'm gonna drive back and do that. Maybe I'm not driving back. Oops. Oops. Okay, just to be thorough. 1, 2. That's kind of in the way. 3. We probably don't need this many. but I'm gonna see any biters from kilometers away. You just need robust defenses so you won't have to trouble yourself with replacing machinery. That is true. That is true. As long as the defense is strong enough, then we don't need to replace things. So we don't have to automate everything. The things that we might expect to get broken, so that's like anything at an outpost. Like walls need to be automated, the robo-ports themselves might need to be automated. So that if one gets destroyed, we can put down another one. But I guess if one gets destroyed, it's kinda cooked at that point anyway. Like, if you're at the point where your robo-ports are getting destroyed, your defenses are probably overwhelmed at that point. Anyway, yeah, we have some radars here. This station is, or this outpost, is fairly heavily armed, but not right here. That's a pretty bad vulnerability. I should fix that. I don't even... Wait, why didn't I even do that? We also have target priority on the spitters, I think. Which I think makes the most sense, because the spitters can actually shoot at the gun turrets. Maybe I should do that here. Target priorities. We want... Go with the small ones first, because you can get rid of those the fastest. And then I think we shift right click, shift left click, yeah. So we want to go after the spitters because they will actually try to get rid of the gun turrets. Yeah, I know we don't have to place the radars like this, but it does provide the additional, like every now and then, one square around it will be uncovered. So this speeds up exploration as well, I guess. It speeds up letting us know if we're about to get hit by biters as well. Because every now and then they'll reveal a little chunk like this, and that'll update our information on the biter nests. So, with more radars, if they decide to expand closer to the outpost, we should know sooner. Maybe. Big maybe. Use minimap in the top right. And placing raiders as a blue area. Oh. Yeah. It's the same coverage as like the lighter square here. Actually, do I have enough ammo? Yes. Do I have enough gun turrets? No. I'm just gonna like make 3 of them. And I'm gonna take the train real quick. I should build a highway across this forest. Side note, maybe put up dragon spikes too. That's a good idea. I do have enough walls for that now. Oh, also, yeah, this production is no longer nearly enough to maintain the iron demand. Well, maybe it is. 32,000 iron left. You know what? We're gonna do a little bit of research, because we haven't done any blue research. We definitely want advanced oil processing. We probably want lasers, but also advanced material processing. I think. We do want that. We probably want uranium mining, but I don't know if, How do I actually make nuclear power? How do I do that? That is incredibly expensive. Let's get lab research. Let's do that, maybe. Thank you very much for the follow. Unfortunately, it doesn't pop up on my feed, so I couldn't read the name, but I do appreciate it. Do we need lubricant as well, maybe? Rocket fuel. We can actually also put this in the trains, I think. I think if you put it in any vehicle, rocket fuel makes it go significantly faster, right? Like, it's not just the type of fuel, like, it makes everything super fast. 180% vehicle acceleration, 115% vehicle top speed, let's go. We are putting rocket fuel in the trains. But yeah, I'll pick up uranium mining. We'll probably get started on uranium at some point. We're gonna let this keep going until it exhausts the entire patch. But that shouldn't take too long, considering, you know, when we research anything, it uses like infinite resources. Anyway, let's take a trip on the train. Manual mode. Put nuclear fuel in the trains. Yeah, don't worry about it's a little cursed here. Okay, now what we really need to do is just drop another one of these down. Because, yeah, look at this coverage. That's kind of cursed. We'll put 2 of these down. Okay, so this should be fine. We're gonna end up, like, actually using this. That kind of takes a while. Let me see if I can do stack inserters. The bulk inserters. What do I need, 15 of those? Okay, hold on, let me go back home. I can probably either automate those or something. What are these? One advanced circuit? Oh, that might actually be a little bit complicated. An advanced circuit as well as the electronic ones. Okay, well, they're not too bad if I actually just grab a bunch of these gear wheels. What else am I missing? Electronic circuits. You can get stack bonuses on regular inserters as well. You're right. Inserter capacity bonus 1. That's bulk inserter capacity. Never mind. Is that really just for bulk inserters? Level 2. Level 2 gives you non-bulk inserter capacity. Okay, maybe I want to queue this up, and then queue this up. It seems pretty useful, actually. But I think for loading and unloading the train, we probably do want the bulk inserters. Wait. How do these actually work? Hand size is 1 + 1. Are they literally just an inserter, but... No, it's much well... Is it literally just like a fast inserter? Is that what it is? A fast inserter, but +1 hand stack size? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. What's are there stack inserters as well? Ooh, yeah, there are stack inserters. They definitely do exist. They're definitely real. Hold on, so what's this? Transport belt capacity? We got vertical stacking like that? Hold on. What the hell? That seems kind of cursed. That literally just doubles the stack size. Or doubles the amount you can put on a belt. What does that do? That's +1. What does that do? Another +1. So you can have 3... You can triple? No. Quadruple. You can quadruple how much you put on one belt? Because you get the +1, +2, +3. That's crazy. You can do 5 times 60 items per second per belt? What the hell? I'm starting to understand how people create those, like, those unholy contraptions where they have like one machine with 73 modules around it or something. And that one factory, that one little machine, is capable of producing like 7 trillion iron plates per second. And it's like just one foundry. I'm starting to see the vision a little bit. Okay, what are we looking at here? 30,000 iron. I could let that drain dry, but I'm starting to get a little bit of a resource shortage on iron. We're also going to pick this up. Okay, so these... Oh, right. They are electric furnaces. I forgot. Aren't electric furnaces literally just steel furnaces, but they take electricity instead? Well, they're larger. I guess they have module slots as well. That's true. Right, yeah, well, they have less pollution because, you know, they don't burn anything. They're electric. That makes sense. Okay, I guess I should try to produce at least 48 of these. I should try and replace this furnace stack. Yeah, this will be the first step in refactoring the base. We're going to clean up this entire iron patch. And let me think. How many of these am I really going to need? Because what are we producing right now? We're producing, I think, 1 red belt. If we're producing 1 red belt, because this used to be 1 yellow belt, and then of course, like they're steel, so they're double speed. So 1 red belt, we want to produce 4 red belts. I'm probably not going to do that by producing 4 times 48 steel furnaces. I'm probably not going to do all that. But I might decide to have 2 furnace stacks for iron. Because you brought the train back only half full. Oh, no, we just haven't connected it up. Yeah, I've been waiting for this to drain completely, but I think at this point, we're starting to get a few issues with productivity. It's nothing too bad, but we are coming upon a little shortage here, you know? Very, very slight shortage. Okay, it's actually a pretty bad shortage. I look inside here and we have like no iron coming down to the circuit production. We have a pretty big buffer though, so I mean. Alright, how bad is this? 29,000 iron? Okay, well, we're just gonna pull the plug on this. And instead we will figure out how I'm gonna connect all this up. That's actually not too bad, I think. Just leave it running and connect the other source. Okay, I'll leave it running, but here's what I'm gonna do. That should do the trick. We should put that on automatic. Perfect. There we go, now it's fine. Alright, at this point, are we actually solving our problems here? No, because we might actually be using more than 1 red belt of iron. That's an issue I hadn't considered. How much iron are we consuming? 600 per minute. How much are we producing? 1.5 thousand a minute. Oh. and yet it doesn't feel right. All of the furnaces are working. Still feels like we have a shortage. Maybe we don't. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, we make 2 full yellow belts. That is true. Which is 1 red belt. I think the issue is that all of the belts need to be saturated before... Yeah, no, I figured out the problem. It's because these belts up here need to saturate before more iron goes into the bottom belts, which is what's actually being used the most. So once these are saturated, we should start to see the bottom one stack up a lot more. I think the issue is that I'm not balancing after this. Because if you don't balance after, it also affects things before the line. Yeah, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make another balancer. How does that go again? Yeah, I think that works. Sorry, like, it's not done, but, I was talking about this part. I'm like, do I need to mirror this? And then I thought about it, and I don't think I need to mirror that. That's what I mean. Okay, so we see that the shortage that was popping up here is starting to fill in a little bit. Because now this bottom line can take from these 3 lines as well. This is kind of why, like, after pretty much everything that you put down, you probably should also just balance every single time. Because, like, this is what happens if you don't put a balancer between these things. But this is looking a lot better than it was. This is also looking at least a little bit better, but it would be solved, I think, by putting a balancer here. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to make a habit of putting a balancer after, like, every time you borrow from the line. But anyway. If we check the consumption and production stats in the last 10 minutes, we'll see that the iron consumption is still quite a bit lower than the actual production. Production is spiked right now, it's at 1.8 thousand, and the highest consumption is 1.1 thousand. But yeah, as things start to back up in production, the lines are saturating again. I think it's probably fine. We should put a balancer after this, but I'm a little bit lazy. I don't think it's that big of a deal. But anyway, that's like temporarily fixed. Well, the issue wasn't that we don't produce enough. The main issue is that we had missing items on the belts or on the bus. We didn't have enough to start with because we weren't bringing enough ore in. But now that I hooked up the train, we are producing enough. So we just had to fill the backlog. It wasn't really a production issue. If I had waited long enough, I think it would have solved itself too, but... Why wait when you can balance things slightly better? Anyway, inserter capacity bonus, that's nice. And I wanted to produce more of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then maybe another 15. Oh, not like that. Okay, so what we want to do, I think, with getting stuff from the train... why aren't you moving? Your chests are full. No, that makes sense, actually. But I think what we want to do is pick up these bulk inserters. I think replace these ones. Because ideally, we dump everything from the train as fast as possible. Because the train is travel time, so it needs to make it back to the outpost. And it's the same thing when we get there. So let's manually drive over. Yeah, you're right. We do actually need to upgrade the oil. Fair point. We will get around to that soon. Hello, alien. What are you cooking on this conveyor? We're cooking a bus. That's what we're cooking. It's not a very good bus. But it is certainly something. Let me back up a little bit. Did I not? Oh, because it's 6 for each of these. Oh. Well, that makes it awkward. Thought it was 5 for each of these. So once again, we just want to fill the train as quickly as humanly possible to mitigate the travel time. Wish I had more green circuits on me. Also, how's this pollution looking? Because we haven't been attacked in a little bit, but we are now thoroughly using this mine. Also, hold on. If we're producing 37,000 plates... Sorry, no. Let's say that we actually are using, like, 600 per minute. What is that? 36,000 per hour? Oh. Yeah, of course it is. I'm stupid. Right. So... that's gonna last a while. It's probably fine. Okay, let's hop back in. Put that on automatic. Okay, perfect. So this system should be fine now. You also have to factor in your productivity. What do you mean by productivity? What colors of research do you currently have? We have the first 4. Red, green, blue, and military. And yes, of course we have disco. Naturally. Oh right, there's this productivity as well. Ooh, that could be useful for my oil. Let me pick that up. Then what else do I want? Rocketry for fun. Wait, so it gives you ooh, hold on. Oh right, no TTS. Thank you very much. I keep Jijniet? I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you very much for joining the levy. So wait, the mining productivity just gives you more? It increases the yield. I thought it was like, it just made it go faster. I didn't even think about that. So like every 10 iron that I mine, I get 1 extra. That's pretty good actually. What are we working on? We are going to work on improving my oil setup. Now that we just improved oil. Now that we have fracking. I need more green circuits. And steel? Yeah. Yes, the oil setup. Everyone's favorite part. We're gonna need a few of these. And probably many of these. I'm gonna quickly grab more gear wheels because I hate manually crafting them. I should put like 6 of these around the base. I should also use more pipes. Should grab a few. Okay, maybe we don't need that many. Just getting oil refining set up? Well, we had some of it set up, right? So we have like the sulfur and the plastic and the sulfuric acid, and we're making batteries, that kind of thing. But we did just research fracking, which, you know, you have to do pretty much all of that to research anyway. So yeah, the way I have it set up here is that we can expand the plastic and the sulfur and the sulfuric acid. Who knows how much we're going to need. But we should be fine. This should be enough space. Oh boy. Oil refinery. Okay. So let me just, let me plop this down real quick. We want to do advanced oil processing. That requires water and crude oil. That's going to produce 3 things. We love those ratios. I mean, it's a much nicer ratio than this. So, heavy, light, and petroleum. We need to create a system that can look at how much of each thing we have, and if we have too much of one thing, we can crack it into the other things. So for example, if we have too much heavy oil, we should crack it into light so that we don't mess up our production. If we have too much light, we should crack it into petroleum so that we don't mess up our petroleum production. Because if we have too much of any one thing, it's going to create a backlog of the entire system. So we get to play with circuits today. Do you have engines? Yes, we do have engines. Do I have any on me? A handful. Need engines to make pumps. Do we actually need pumps, though? I don't think so. No, we do. To turn on and off the Wait. We can do that with other things, can't we? He's got engines on the bus. I can only take so much. Listen, those engines were important. Okay? Look, these engines, they exist on the bus because I actually don't know what else I'm using them for, but they go up into here. Okay, so I set this up like this so that I would have more space. What we're going to do is just make a parallel system here. Kind of. Let me actually do a check on how much oil I produce. It's probably not very much. Well, we do have this new one. Oil check. 41.53. Wow, that one sucks. What is it, 123 from this one? 123, and then from this one it's like... Oops, it's like 50 or something. Okay, let's just plan for like 300 oil per second of processing. How much do we do with that? 20. Ooh, we're gonna need a lot of these. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Because crude oil we only use in the oil refinery, right? Unless I want to use them for the flamethrower turrets, but we're not doing that. Yeah, okay. We're gonna need 15 of these just to process the crude oil. Also, thank you very much, Rorston, for the raid. Stream safety inspection. Hey, don't worry, I got my hat on. I have my safety goggles. Thank you, Mr. Overheat, for dropping the shout out. You guys were playing From the Depths. Hold on. I've heard of this game before. Is that the game I think it is? No. Okay, never mind. I was thinking of like a really obscure Paradox game that released in 2023, I think. Never mind, don't worry about that. First one to actually pass the inspection. We are OSA approved over here. What was an obscure Paradox game that they released? I think it was 2023. I'm gonna find it real quick. Surviving the Abyss, that's what it's called. Never mind, that's a completely different game. Would have been Empire of Sin? No, I'm talking more obscure. Lamplighters? More obscure. Surviving the Abyss. Shout out. Who remembers Surviving the Abyss? Okay, so what did I say? I needed like 15 of these? Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna be a hell of a setup. I'm pulling this setup back. This is not enough space. I'm gonna need some obscene space for this stuff. I might even make it vertical on the side here. Like, this oil processing might have to be genuinely insane in scale. Because let's just take a look at this. Let's look at these ratios. So 5, 9, and 11 per second off of these. If we want to further crack these down... So basically, if we crack heavy into light, that's 15 per second, but we're talking 9 times 15 of these. I don't even know what 9 times 15 is. What is that, 120 something? I don't know, man. I didn't actually learn my times tables. It's my fault. 135. That was close enough. 135. So we need to have a setup that can process... It might need to be able to process 135 heavy per second. So we need exactly 9 of these. Nope. Sorry, I was looking at the right side. I was looking at the output. My bad. I was looking at the wrong number the entire time, in fact. Sorry. 5 per second of the heavy, and it uses 20. Completely incorrect numbers. My bad. Because it's the heavy cracking that we're doing here. Okay, yeah, so it's 5 times 15. That's gonna get you... What is that? 75? That sounds right. 75. And we can process... Okay, so we need like 4 of these, actually. That's not too bad. That's not actually too bad. With this setup, I might actually make this vertical. And it's going to be a little cursed, but it's going to be like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Don't we just love that? This is why we need it to be vertical, I think. You don't need to crack all the light oil, you just make rocket fuel with it. Yes, that is true. It also requires us to use a reliable amount of rocket fuel. If we do not use enough rocket fuel, we are also cooked. So we're going to create a fail-safe cracking system so that if we back up any one of our resources, it cracks into the next resource. I think that's the way I'm going to do this. Now, I don't think I need advanced combinators for that. I don't even know what this does. Performs sorting operations on circuit network signals. Sounds good, man. Whatever that means. Sorting operations. Oh, okay, no, I get it. If you feed it like 7 signals, it can pick the lowest one, it can pick the highest one, that kind of thing. It can pick like the medium signal, maybe? You use it to launch rockets and for trains. It's always required? I don't know, I have a few trains and I don't have these researched yet. Maybe not that big of a requirement. Anyway, this is going to be hell to set up. We can shift left, zoom all the way out here. Where to put my water? There it is. Okay, we're gonna have to steal that. Oh, you're talking about rocket fuel. I thought you were talking about the combinators for the trains and the rockets. I'm like, why do you need those for the trains? No, I get it. Yeah, here's the way we're gonna do this. Oil's gonna be this. Oh, wait a second. Do I need to use pumps to, like, push the oil around? I think if the pipeline were any longer, then yes. But I think for now it's fine. Flip outputs. What did I do? Oh, you want them to be flipped like vertically? Like that? I don't think I've ever flipped them though. You need to flip refineries using V and H, or you won't be able to connect outputs. Oh. Well... Okay, so I was confused because I'm like, I've never done that before. Let me show you how I used to do these. Or how I was thinking of doing it. So basically, everything is an underground pipe. And if you do it like that, then you can connect the outputs, actually. It's a little cursed. Yeah, I do all of them like this. I think I might do them that way. If it ain't broke. But I see what you're saying. Like, if you flip them vertically like this, then you can do, like... You can do this, and then you can do that. I get it. I understand. But then it makes the other side look... I don't know. I guess it does make it look a little cleaner. I don't know. Maybe we can do this. I'll try something new. So water's going to go into here. Do that. Oil's going to be like this. I guess it doesn't have to be. If I decide to move it back like this. Like, the oil can also be like that. Yeah, I guess this does save on pipes. It seems. So with the water, we can do this. And then yeah, we can definitely do this as well. Make it a little bit cleaner. Okay, so that's for the water. Then the oil isn't too bad. We can just do like a similar thing with this. Wait. Did I mess something up here? Yes. I was like, why is this gap different? Doesn't make any sense. I was going crazy for a second. I'm like, wait, what? Okay. This should be functioning for inputs. So oil input, we're actually going to put at the top. Yeah, this whole thing we have going on here, we're going to have to move it, I think, but you know, for now it's kind of fine. So oil input, we're going to put that here. And then water input, we're just going to put that in immediately. Just gonna make sure I didn't mess up the pipes along the way. The oil is separate. Looks like it. Didn't mess up? I don't think I did. Okay. Corbett, didn't realize you were so well organized. Well organized in anything except for in real life. Okay, so these pipes over here, I might actually need to put a pump to move the oil. It's gonna be a little too viscous. By the time it reaches... Oh, what did I do? What did I do? Pipeline's overextended. Okay. Oh, that's what that that's what that pop-up was when I loaded my old save. Okay, no, this is okay. This is fine. Yeah, we're gonna put a pump down. I think we can put one down like here, actually. We just need... There we go. So I guess they added that with Space Age. Or some update since I last beat the game. Okay, so let's set up the next stage. Wait, water's not going to run out, is it? Pumping speed a max of 12,000 per second. I think we're fine. Yeah, I think we're fine. So what we're going to do here is set up... Let's go with heavy first. So I think the way we can do it is like this. Just imagine the amount of pollution this thing's gonna make. I'm looking forward to it. Remember, this is your starter base, so just build however you want. Very true. Don't worry about it. Surely I'll refactor everything. Surely I'll remake the entire base. And not decide to stop playing as soon as I unlock bots and have the ability to refactor everything. Surely. That is kind of what killed my last playthrough with my friend. Like, we got to robots, and we had built up, like, a train network, and it was doing alright. And then we had to refactor a bunch of stuff, and we're like, well... That's a lot of work, you know? It's a lot of stuff you have to do. Starting to question why I'm even doing it this way. Like, did I have to do any of that? I feel like there are a lot of these undergrounds I can replace with regulars. Well, anyway, they're connected. Okay, so that should be each one is its own individual line. Perfect. How about we turn this thing on? I just realized there's no easy way to get around this thing. I have to basically walk the whole way around. That's why I don't refactor anything and go make a new factory far away from the old shame. Well, what if I want to make it tidy? Maybe when I forget what I'm doing? Here we go. Yeah, you should be able to automate these. There we go. Okay, all of those can turn on. By the way, Corbett, did you manage to check out the mods I sent you yesterday? I did take a look at the name one that you sent. Let me just put this like... That should work, right? Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't work. Oh, this whole thing is cooked. I'll fix power in a minute. I can actually fix it right now. I did look at the renaming one. Turns out, actually, I think the one you sent me is for Warhammer 2. And I forgot to mention that part. But it's fine, I found the Warhammer 3 one anyway. Okay, so we are producing petroleum gas, light oil, and heavy oil. Yippee. Now comes the fun part. I'm probably going to need a ridiculous number of chemical plants. I honestly should have started automating these. I mean, I'll start making a few, but... what else do I need? I need more pipes. I need pipes, I need electronic circuits. Orbit Pianodon's MP when? First you'll have to explain what a Pianodon is. One of the hardest total overhaul mod packs. Do people who play these kinds of mod packs, like, do they enjoy living? Like, is completing Pianodons, is that like an expression of self-hatred, perhaps? Or despair? Because I've heard these mod packs can take like 500 hours to beat. Oh, of course we need water for that too. Okay, that's not too bad. Alright, this setup is prepared to produce a whopping... What was it, 75 heavy? Now heavy is used in lubricant. Let's go ahead and research lubricant, because we kind of need that. Is there anything else heavy is used for? I'm pretty sure it's mostly lubricant. What are these? Yeah, I'm not doing that. That uses sulfuric acid. Of course it does. Anything else we use lubricant in? Or heavy oil in? Lubricant, sure. Coal liquefaction. Okay, let me look into that. Coal liquefaction. Uses heavy oil, steam, and coal. Infinite heavy oil generator? Okay. So that's if we need more heavy oil. I used the heavy oil to produce more heavy oil. Okay. So I don't think we're gonna need it for that right now. Or anytime soon. This is also like space and metallurgic science. We're not doing that. Or if you want to produce more petroleum, I mean, that's true. You can alt-click on heavy oil icon? Hold on. Where even is the heavy oil icon? Wait, hold on. If I alt-click... Ooh. Ooh, hold on. Okay, so it's consumed by flamethrowers. We're probably not going to do that. It is used in coal liquefaction, heavy oil cracking, solid fuel from heavy, lubricants, and electrolytes. Sure, man. So we're going to pretend that everything except for this, these three, everything else is not real. So we're going to use it in lubricant at a rate of 10 heavy oil per second to produce 10 lubricant. How much lubricant do we need? Actually, it doesn't matter. The point is to make a robust system. So we should be able to, if we have a full backlog, process all of the heavy into light. Which I think requires 4 of these. So the idea is that Let me think about that. So the heavy we need like 4 of. Right? This will get turned on if we have too much heavy. So the way we're gonna do that... I guess I don't need that many tanks. Like, what I could do is put down 1 storage tank for heavy, right? And the heavy goes in and the heavy goes out. But if this tank is full... well... yeah, no, that should still work. As long as we have, like, a connection that goes to the lubricant directly, then yes, this will work. So basically, whenever we need heavy oil, it's going to take from the reserve. So we're going to have something like, okay, you know, we have heavy oil here, it's going to go into the tank. If we need more from the tank, then it'll take from the tank. But if the tank is full, that's going to enable this side, I think. If the tank is full, then that should enable this side. I might have to move things around, actually. Yeah, maybe we'll do this. I guess we could do it this way. Heavy oil does this. So basically, I actually don't remember how this even works. I'm pretty sure we can... Oh no, I remember how this works. Yeah, okay. So we're going to put a tank down. Put that on my hotbar. So we're going to put a tank down. And the way this is going to work is when this gets filled with heavy, it is going to... we're going to have a power switch. This might be the most cursed way of doing it. I don't know. Maybe. Where did that go? Power switch. Maybe not right there. Power switch. So... I think I have to use actual copper wire for this. Maybe. No, never mind. What do you mean can't connect the wire? Okay, hold on. Different idea. Right, this isn't satisfactory. I'm an idiot. That's why. Ignore me. Okay, so the way this is gonna work is basically these are gonna be turned off until this thing is going to receive a signal. I think this works. Maybe. We're going to put this side here. And then we're going to put this side to here. Right? The incoming condition... Oops, not like that. Is if the... I haven't used these in a while. Read contents connected to one. That goes into here. So is it, it should output a signal. What signal do you output? Is it just like... Is it an actual tank signal? Is it this? If the storage tank volume is greater or equal to 25,000. Right? Then output 1. And input here if the input here, right? Oh, it's heavy oil symbol. Oh, is that how it works? If heavy oil is greater or equal to 25,000. Maybe we shouldn't make it the constant number like this. Let's make it like 24,000. That seems better. A green wire straight into the storage tank does the same. Wait, it does the same thing? Hold on. Oh. Whoa, relax. Okay. No, you're right, it works. You can just connect pumps to tanks. Okay, but this isn't wrong, right? Like this works. Yeah. Yeah, that works. That should work. So I'm gonna flip this real quick. Just gonna do that. Except we have a new issue. The issue is the water. And the other issue is the fact that I messed up the placement of all of this. Okay, we're gonna move that. Okay. Heavy oil goes into here. It's actually not that bad, but it's a little bit gross. Yeah, I don't like that very much. But I mean, if it ain't broke. Oh god, it's so cursed. So the water can... don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, guys. Okay. Water's going into these. It works. Oh man, this is horrible. It's horrendous, but it works. Imagine the difference in granularity between EU4 and 5 economies. That's the difference between vanilla and Pianodon. Surely it must be even greater difference. Thanks to the fluid system changes, how about sushi pipes? What the hell do you mean sushi pipes? Sushi pipes. What did you just say to me? Okay, so now we're gonna take this system and basically repeat it, but we're with the light oil. So we're gonna take, yeah. So this is now all part of the light oil system. Just anyway, all part of the light oil system. Don't worry about that. I think, yeah, no, I'm not gonna fix that, am I? No, probably not. Well, I guess I have to, don't I? Part of it, at least. Oh, you're right. We don't need this technically. I guess we might as well fix this because we're probably going to need the room. Okay, so now we can get rid of this. And then I think there's, yeah, one more pipe here. Okay, we fixed that up. That's not too bad. Yeah, don't worry, we'll fix it for the second factory. Surely there will be a second factory. Surely. Probably. Okay, so now for the light oil, we're gonna do a very similar thing where we have a pipe that allows, you know, it can go up. Yeah. Level pipe that goes up. I feel like we're going to need a lot more of these. Let's check the ratio on this. Because we could have to crack up to... It really depends, because we're going to try and use it for rocket fuel, but if there's ever a point where, you know, we have too much rocket fuel, we're not using enough of it, you know, we get a backlog in that system, then we can't really use the light. And I think at that point, we have basically two options. We either make solid fuel or we crack it down into petroleum. Let me see here, actually. So light oil into solid fuel is actually the best ratio. 10 light oil into 1 solid fuel. So I guess what we could do with light is turn it into solid fuel. But then again, what if we back up on solid fuel as well? Then what do? We have to crack it down into petroleum. So, you know, we can make the rocket fuel, that's great, we love rocket fuel, but we're going to need solid fuel for it anyway, and if we run out of rocket fuel, or sorry, not run out, if we have too much, then we'll back up on light oil. Then we turn it into solid fuel. If we back up on solid fuel, then we crack it down into petroleum. That's what we should do. So the first thing we want to do is we want to set up turning it into solid fuel. Yeah. Because it's not used for anything else, is it? I mean, we can take a look, I guess. So this is used in... Oh, hold on, is it right-click? No, it's up here, okay. Oops. Light oil cracking into petroleum. Solid fuel from light oil, fill the barrel, rocket fuel, and superconductors. Okay, so that is not a today problem. We'll get there when we get there. I don't even know what a holmium plate is. So let's say, what if we want to dedicate all of our light fuel towards, or light oil towards petroleum, or solid fuel? If we want to do that, we're going to need an absolutely disgusting amount of it. Or an absurd number of chemical plants. Because we're making 9 times 15, which we said was 135. And at most, we could be turning... It's not really going to be 15 per second, though, is it? Because we're making 75. Well, we should build it more robust. Okay, so... let's say it's 15. For each of these. It's going to be less, but, you know, let's just say it is. So for 15 each of these, that's going to be an extra 60 on top of 135. What do you plan to use solid fuel for? Well, we use solid fuel and rocket fuel. It's a prerequisite for it, so we need light oil and solid fuel for rocket fuel. We'll just use that for, like, trains and rockets and stuff. But of course, if we back up, like if we have too much fuel, then we still need the system to be like, hey, we have too much of this, and if we ever have too much light oil because we produce too much fuel, then the petroleum also, petroleum production breaks down, and that's not good. So we're going to try and make it as robust as possible so that I don't have to look at it ever again, or at least not for the next, like, 20 hours. So, yeah, we need... what did I say? 60 plus 135? Let's just call that 200, just, you know, why not? That means we're going to need 20 of these chemical plants to make that as robust as possible. Now, we're probably not going to use all 20 of them. I figure it's highly unlikely that we're going to need that much fuel. But, at the same time, we love being thorough. And we do need more steel. Well, let's think of it like this. If it's a 1-to-1, wait, is it? Is it 1-to-1? No, it's 10-to-1. So we actually need 100 light fuel for each... no, we need 110 light oil for each rocket fuel. First crack light into petroleum at full capacity. If you're not using that capacity, then you make fuel? Well, as long as we can satisfy all of the demand, it shouldn't really matter the way that we do this. Like, if we have a shortage, it's kind of cooked either way. But... I think what we should do is probably use the, saturate the fuel first. And then once the fuel is saturated, we have too much of it, then we crack it down into petroleum. Because then we know that the fuel is always satisfied, and I feel like that's more important, especially because I'm going to use fuel for the trains. So the petroleum, you know, what if we're using, you know, we're using a bunch of petroleum, and then eventually, you know, because we're using so much and we never actually make the fuel that we're using for trains, the trains stop running, and that would be a problem. A bigger problem, actually, than running out of petroleum. So I think it's more important for us to secure the fuel first. Fuel demand fluctuates, petroleum demand doesn't. Petroleum... I mean... it's kind of been fluctuating. Maybe later on it doesn't as much. Well, with a sophisticatedly complicated enough rail network, in theory the fuel demand also shouldn't fluctuate. In theory, actually, none of these things should fluctuate. Or, like, either everything does or it doesn't. It just depends on how much production you need. Which, a lot of it depends on how much you're researching. But I feel like fuel is definitely the most important thing to make sure that we do not run out of. But anyway, so for every one of these that we want to make, where's the rocket fuel? Where do we make rocket fuel? In an assembling machine. Really? If you say so. I guess it makes sense. You're putting in a solid fuel thing. Okay, so for every one of these, not one of these, how much rocket fuel do we need? It's not about need, it's about capacity. So if we want to make, we have 195, a potential of 195 light oil we can crack down. Let's call it 200, let's make it easy. 20 of those are going into this, and then 18 are going to be cracked down, or not cracked down, turn into these. Does that make sense? No. No, I don't think it does. It doesn't have to be exact, but the idea is something like, you know, oops. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That 20 of them or 18 of them. So that would use. That's 17. 18 of these would use 180. And then 2 of these would use another 20. No, not 2 of those, but like the ratio of 2 per second. Or if we could use, what is it in that case, like 4 of these? No, I'm dumb. It'll be like 20 of these, isn't it? This kind of seems like too much. Yeah, you don't need to make fuel out of all that light oil. That's the thing. But like, what else does it do? It cracks down. Okay. So the idea is like at maximum fuel production, because we're not gonna need this much fuel, but if we approach needing this much fuel, it has the capacity to create it. The thing is, like, if we really take a look at this, what do we have? 20 per second left. What would we need? We would need, like, 40 rocket fuel producers. That's kind of a lot. But it would give us, I think, 2 rocket fuel per second. We're not going to need 2 rocket fuel per second, are we? I'm going to see, like, how many people even need rocket fuel per second? I'm seeing something that says, like, high-end setups could exceed 79 rocket fuel per second. You could run a lot of steam engines on that. True. This base would never need that much. That's true. But what about a future base? What about a future base? Because, like, what if we just set this up and then, as I said, don't look at it for the next 20 hours? It'll work out then, right? Could also use some of the light oil for base defense. Okay, this is also true. We could use it in flamethrowers. Do I even have flamethrowers? I don't think so. There we go. Yeah, and I guess we do use that for flamethrower ammo, the crude oil. And I think, is light the most effective for that, or is heavy, I guess? No, it's probably light, because light you just produce more of. We're wasting time on this discussion? I know. That's my favorite part of streaming Factorio, is arguing with people. Okay, how about this? Flamethrowers. How much could you possibly consume? Consumption, 3 per second. Okay, fine. We'll cut this in half. You still produce like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This will be like 9 per second. And to use 9 per second, we still need like 18 of these. If we use it for rocket fuel. I mean, I'm not going to use the regular solid fuel. I'll use the rocket fuel. So we do still need like a bunch of these. So here's the way we're going to do this. What do I need, like 20 of these? 18, I think. That's kind of a lot. Let me go grab some more. You might not need it, but flamethrowers are pretty cool. They do seem pretty cool. They also just seem really complicated to set up. Because don't you have to get a train that comes around, pick up the light oil, and then you have to deliver it to your bases? Kind of seems like a pain to set up. Where'd I put my things? I guess you could just have one really big pipeline. I guess it would be a better idea to make it the one big pipeline. Because I'm thinking like, it would be cool to have the trains, but the more trains you have, the more points of failure, so maybe not the greatest idea. So 9 of these, and then we will get like some ridiculous number. We're still going to get like 1 rocket fuel per second. That's probably going to be enough for a while. It's not going to be the cleanest system of doing this, but yeah, we'll do it this way anyway. Actually, maybe that way. And then I need more belts, actually. You know what I need? The exoskeleton. How do I grab that? I'm walking super slow. Research. 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 I don't know why I have so much stone on me. Anything else? Inserters maybe? Pick up a few of those for the road. Solid fuel melt is a waste of space and inserters. Is it? No, you're right, it is. Because each one of these... Well, each one of those can fuel 2 of these, right? 1 per second. And these need 0.5 per second. So... it's a little... How would you do this? Space out the chem labs. Yeah, that makes more sense. What's the button for... There we go. We do it like this. We're building, I don't know, 9 of these. It's those 2. Let's just make them consistent. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, yes, everyone make the funny joke. 8, 9. Nope, just 9. Okay, now each of these, it's going to be one of these. We have to rotate. We can shift right, shift left click. Nope. Copy paste, that's what you have to do with those. Okay, these have to do... No, we can do it this way. How do I Control C? There we go. Okay, Control right, or Shift right. Okay, and then each of these has a bit of a conundrum here. Sort of. Oh, I did that wrong. My bad. I'm like, wait a second. This needs to be here. Yeah, I completely messed that up. Yep, that's embarrassing. Shoot, I messed it up so bad. If I ever do the 6-7 joke, do the right thing and throw me off the space platform, I've gone insane or been infected by something and you need to save yourself. Unfortunately, it's too late. Unfortunately, if somebody does say... Okay, not if somebody does, right? If I'm with my friends, and someone says 6-7, I'll do a little, you know... Just a little hand gesture. Just a quick one, like a rapid fire. You won't even notice, to be honest. It'll be so fast. Okay, this is a little bit cursed, but I think it works out. I'm pretty sure you get the light oil, you get the light oil. Well, you know what? There's one way to find out. If it turns on. And if it doesn't, it's over. Not connecting up that way, though. Okay, yeah, here's the thing. You are gonna connect like this. I'm gonna do it like this so that I can walk through. Oh, right, you do need 20 rocket fuel. Or is it 10, maybe? We love rocket fuel. No idea how I'm going to get this to the trains, but we'll figure that out later. Beautiful. Okay, tragically, I don't think I have enough time to finish this setup. No logic to crack into petroleum when full on the fuel? Okay, chill on me, chill. We're not there yet. We just finished setting up the rocket fuel. Like, we will now set up the logic. Well, maybe not now. We are going to store 100 rocket fuel, or however much it stacks. And if we have a full Okay, maybe if we have like 2 full stacks in here, or 3. Then at that point, we've done too much. We still actually need to connect the petroleum system up. Actually, that's pretty easy. The petroleum system's the easiest one to set up. Just depends on what I can do with this. Maybe it's not the easiest to set up. I lied. It is. Okay, at least starting with that petroleum's the easiest to start with. I will go ahead and just get rid of these. Okay, this should be a functioning system. Well, you know, for the most part. I don't think I have the time today to go through the logic of what happens when we have too much rocket fuel. Because, you know, eventually that will happen. Yeah, I guess I only really need to measure the rocket fuel. Because if we have too much of this, that means we also have too much of the light oil. We don't even really need to store light oil, do we? There's no light oil cracking? What do you mean by that? Oh, no light oil cracking builds. Yeah, that's true. Well, we did the same thing over here. Like, we'll build the light oil cracking. But that is not going to be today, because I don't have time for that. It is 5:30, and I have some things I have to do tonight. So we're going to save that real quick, and I think we're going to call it for today. Yeah, we're going to call it for today, I think. Just a quick little 4.5-hour stream. We did get quite a lot done today, though. I'm pretty happy. You know, for the most part, we set up the new oil system. New oil rig over here. We set up we set up batteries, and we set up all of the plastic and sulfur processing and batteries and red circuits and blue science. And we connected the train system up. It should be working. This looks a little bit cursed, but I'm sure it'll fix itself maybe. Might have to balance this or something, I don't know. But anyway, we did get a lot done today. Pretty happy with that. We will be maybe back next Friday, if I can be consistent with making this like an actual every Friday thing. We'll see about that, though. But for now, alas, we have no more time for today. Just got here, sorry, Nelligan. But we'll be back. We'll be back tomorrow, actually. Not on Factorio. We're gonna play more of the Great Brittany campaign that we're doing in EU5. I heard that we got a new update today to the beta. Not too sure what's changed. I'm sure someone's going to tell me, but yeah. We're going to check that out tomorrow when I actually have time for that. And then I might even actually, for real this time, make a stream schedule for next week on Sunday. Maybe. Speaking of Sunday, though, there will be a video coming out, so look forward to that. You know, I'm trying to see if I can figure out a way to get something out every day, whether it's a stream or a video. We'll see about that. Yeah, this cannot be. Imagine an actual Corbett 2026 stream schedule. Well, I did make one on Wednesday because someone noticed that I hadn't made one since literally last year. And usually that joke is funny, but only for the first like 2 weeks of January. When I can say like, oh, I haven't done this since last year, and you know. It's been a long time. Maybe it's time to start making consistent stream schedules again. But thank you very much, everyone, for being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your Friday evening. Maybe playing some Factorio. We'll see. But anyway, thank you very much for being here. I will see you tomorrow. It might be, I should say this now, actually, if you plan to show up. It might be possibly a little bit later than on schedule, because I think on schedule I have for 10 a.m. We'll see about that. It might be 11. Might push it back a little bit, but we'll see. For now, though, seriously, have a wonderful rest of your Friday, and I'll catch you tomorrow. Good night. Well, I guess we could raid someone, couldn't we? At least on Twitch. Sorry for the bait. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry for baiting you. Let me see if we can raid someone real quick. Is there anybody I know? Yeah, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna raid Nando. That's who we're gonna raid. And then on YouTube, I don't even know if we can raid. Well, we can, but the only person I think I'm set up to raid on YouTube is I think it's only Saffron. Let me check. Is she live right now? Let's see. Redirect. Who is live at the moment? Nando is actually live on both of his channels. Screw it. We're doing a double raid on Nando. Okay, perfect. I'll for real this time. I'll see you guys later.